degree of repetitiously resorting to the adjudicative process, anger, and distrust, and difficulty in communicating about and cooperating in the care of their children. I know this happens way more often in McLennan County than the judges and attorneys ever could have imagined. I have seen it firsthand as a legal advocate at the Family Abuse Center, as a mediator at the Dispute Resolution Center, as a kinship home study specialist with Monty and Associates, and firsthand in my own life. Texas Family Code has responded to addressing high conflict cases such as these because it is not only a need in McLennan County, but also in Texas and in the United States. The response by Texas Family Code is in Section 153-606 that clearly identifies and lists the responsibilities of a parent coordinator and a parent facilitator. These responsibilities include identifying disputed issues, reducing misunderstandings, clarifying priorities, exploring possibilities for problem solving, developing methods of collaboration in parenting, understanding and implementing parenting plans, complying with the court's order regarding conservatorship, obtaining training regarding conflict management, and settling disputes regarding parenting issues. Texas Family Code Subtitle C identifies judicial resources and services, and more specifically, in Chapter 203, it describes a domestic relations office and its powers and duties, along with how to establish a domestic relations office. In a list of 13 powers and duties, I already provide or am available to provide 6 of the 13 powers and duties. More specifically, items 4 and 13 in the list request the services of a mediator and a parent coordinator. So my question for you today is, will you consider establishing a formal domestic relations office in McLennan County? We have the resources here in Waco to provide the services. We just need to take the step to formally establish the domestic relations office. According to Section 203.002, a commissioner's court may establish a domestic relations office, and according to Section 203.001, a domestic relations office is a county office that serves families, county departments, and courts to ensure effective implementation of this title. Thank you for listening today. My name is Shelley Matthews. I'm a mediator and parent coordinator at Ceasefire Mediation.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. I've asked Dustin Chapman to take your information that you provided the court, and we'll look into it and come back to the Commissioner's Court at a later date in the near future and look at that option. Thank you.
All right, thank you for listening today.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Okay, I don't believe we have anyone else for public comment. All right. All right, this time we'll go to item D under proclamations and resolutions. Under D1's a proclamation recognizing and congratulating the McLennan Community College Highlanders baseball team, the 2021 JUCO World Series champions. So, Commissioner Miller.
Good morning.
Morning.
I would like to thank President Johnette McCowan and our athletic director. I got Trokum.
Yes.
Is that first name again?
Sean
Trokum for being here with us this morning.
Welcome.
Please, if you all would stand and just kind of come a little bit toward the podium here, face the court. That's pretty much our largest audience, but I'm not going to turn my back to any other city here. This is a great day for McLennan County. After the proclamation with Commissioner Jones, I would say the McLennan County just sort of breeds champions.
Right.
I thought the judge was going to say a little bit more, but I'm sure he's going to say
I
something
will.
after.
You know me.
Okay, and so it's an honor to present McLennan Community College with this proclamation. And it is a proclamation of the McLennan County Commissioner's Court recognizing and congratulating the McLennan Community College Highlanders Men's Baseball Team 2021 National Junior College Athletic Association World Series Championship. Whereas on Friday, June 4th, 2021, the McLennan Community College Highlanders men's baseball team powered their way through the National Junior College Athletic World Series with a 23-game winning streak, including 5 tournament wins, to claim the 2021 Junior College World Series championship. And whereas with a 7-3 victory over Central Arizona, the Highlanders, for the second time in school history, swept through the National Junior College Athletic Association World Series, capturing their first national title since 1983. And whereas the McLennan County Commissioners Court would like to acknowledge the incomparable accomplishments of Coach Mitch Thompson, one of the most highly respected coaches and recruiters in college baseball, touting a coaching career that spans 3 decades, and Logan Henderson, who delivered one of the greatest pitching performances in National Junior College Athletic Association World Series history, to be named Outstanding Pitcher and World Series Tournament MVP. And whereas the McLennan County Commissioners Court would like to also publicly recognize, honor, and congratulate all of the McLennan Community College men's baseball Highlanders on the 2021 Junior College World Series Championship for their unprecedented achievements this year. And I'm going to spare you, I'm not going to read all the names, but we did list them because it is a great accomplishment.
Right.
Okay. Whereas the McLennan County Commissioners Court would like to further publicly recognize head coach Mitch Thompson, pitching recruiting coach James Leverton, assistant coaches Tyler Johnson, Peter Stark, and Anthony Miller for their expertise, leadership, time, and the outstanding effort they put forth in representing Waco McLennan County community. And also congratulate Dr. Jonette McCowan, President, and Sean Trocum, Athletic Director, for their foresight in hiring head coach Mitch Thompson. And now therefore be it proclaimed that the McLennan County Commissioners Court officially recognizes and congratulates the coaches and members of the McLennan Community College Highlanders men's baseball team as the 2021 Waco World Series champions, and urges all citizens of McLennan County to join us in saluting them. And be it further proclaimed that a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court, witnessed our hand and seal this 15th day of June 2021. Scott M. Felton, County Judge, James A. Smith, Commissioner Precinct 1, Patricia Miller, Commissioner Precinct 2, Will Jones, Commissioner Precinct 3, and Ben Perry, Commissioner Precinct 4.
I'd like to invite the court, any comments that any of y'all would like to make, do so. And then for the last photo op, I'd like for y'all to come around here, and then we can get all the commissioners' court and you together with flags and those things. So, but
Well, I would just say that, and I think y'all are aware, baseball is kind of my passion, I enjoy it, and for what that team was able to accomplish is absolutely amazing, and I commend you for the support that you gave them to get where they are today. Thank y'all very much, and congratulations to world's champion.
Say something similar to what I said to the men's basketball team is thank you for the success and the notoriety it brings to your school, to our community, but more importantly, thanks for bringing the kind of kids that you bring to the McLennan County area that make a difference in the community, that have a heart for doing service and doing things the right way. And so thank you guys for bringing those kids to us.
What a wonderful time to be in McLennan County right now. I mean, we're the county of champions, that's for certain.
yeah,
City of champions. So it's been really neat. You know, I drive by the ballparks just about every day. And so it's really neat to see. And what a juggernaut. I mean, they were just tough to beat. I mean, they were.
Yeah.
And look forward to next season, more success to come.
well, MCC is a champion in a lot of ways. And the fact that they put a lot of effort in making the quality of life for students really great. And I know that from a little bit of personal experience. All 3 of my kids started out at MCC, gave them a good basis to go on and get their college degrees, and are making a living right now without my help. And, so that was a real benefit. Commissioner Jones had a proclamation for Baylor men's basketball, and it made us all proud, and MCC is the same way. It's part of our community, and we always like to see our friends succeed. I know that MCC has some plans to work on their field, and you know, national championship should bring attention to making your field as good as any field that any of your competitors have. And so I know we'll be hearing more about that in the near future. But MCC as a whole is such an important part of our community. And Dr. McCown and I both, and Commissioner Perry, were meeting some folks from out of town that are looking to come into Precinct 4. And so you're always there to help out in the community. So thanks so much, and if we can ever help you, let us know.
Well, you will hear from us, you know that.
I know. Okay.
We are very appreciative of our privilege of working with these young men and of having Mitch lead them. I hope you've read the paper Sunday. If you haven't, Bryce wrote a really nice note
did.
about one of our young men, and then Bill Goss sent us a note. But I like Sean to speak for us.
I want to echo what the president said. First off, thank you guys for allowing us to be here. This is unbelievable. The World Series, you know, we've been there 3 times. This time was really different, and you could tell right from the beginning that it was different. You know, I talk about the fact that the 10 teams that get there are elite teams, but we were a step above everybody else. And it just to sit there and watch those games and to see our student athletes compete was unbelievable. You know, not only are they good baseball players, they're very good students. That team GPA average was over 3.5.
Wow.
So we expect that, you know, we'll be in, if not, you know, the academic team of the year, definitely in the top 10. And that's one of the things that, you know, that makes me most proud, is that the fact that we're bringing in good kids, like you said, Ben, that are good citizens, that represent our community, our coaching staff, the college well. And that's what we want to continue to have. We're in a unique situation here in McLennan County. Not all of our counterparts, you know, have to compete in a city with a Power 5 school. And so that's always hard for us, but, you know, we keep powering away and we keep trying to bring in the best players that we can. So I hope that, you know, we've made this community, this city, the county proud.
Very much so. Yeah, thank you. Y'all come on around here and just, you know, everybody push your chairs in and we'll stand up. That's okay with everybody. Get all the trash out of the way.
Okay.
All right.
We're gonna let one of y'all come over here and
Okay.
Yeah, we
we're
need to
gonna
move his,
share
we
y'all.
gonna move his chair over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me do that quickly.
And it's just a girl. I'll put you here.
Okay. All right.
Hey, don't put you right
Where you
here.
on me?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, girl. Let's see, where is the proclamation?
And everyone, I would just like to thank Miss Reed. She was the one that authored our proclamation.
Oh, good. Good job.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carried.
All right,
Like we ought to have popcorn and hot dogs now, do we?
definitely hot dog. Baseball game. It's a
There you go.
baseball.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Me and Commissioner Jones.
You'll know, okay?
Okay.
All right, like to, oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I make a motion to approve that proclamation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Congratulations.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. call court back to order. It's 9:26. All right, going to item E is the consent agenda. Dustin?
Yes, sir. Judge, we have suggested pull items of E1D, E3A, and E3B.
Okay, are there any other recommended pulls by the court? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of E1D, E3A, and E3B as a pull?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Okay.
All right, I'd like to go to item K1 regarding Texas Division of Emergency Management FEMA Public Assistance Program Grant. I'd like to call on Elizabeth.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Dustin and I have been working through the FEMA reimbursement for the winter storms. And at this time, the county does not have any Category B emergency work costs that can be submitted for reimbursement. And so our recommendation is to send an email withdrawing our application for FEMA reimbursement for Category B. They still have not opened up any other categories for that winter storm. But we would like to, with court's approval, to move forward with letting the state and FEMA know that we are not seeing any reimbursement under the Category B.
Okay. Are there any questions about that? All right, although it seemed to be a big deal to us individually in regards to damage, there just was not that much. All right, if there's no other questions, there a motion to approve Elizabeth's recommendation to pull that grant?
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
All right, moving on to the supplemental agenda, item B1, authorization of indigent care affiliation agreement with Baylor Scott and White Health on behalf of affiliated hospitals. I'd like to call on Robin Daniels, William Galinsky, and Whitney Wild, and Heather as well.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Robin, are you there? I thought I saw her on.
Heather, I do see her on. She's muted though.
Okay.
But she's called in.
I might just go ahead and give a small introduction while we're waiting for her to connect.
Okay.
So this past year, Baylor Scott and White opened a few new facilities in Austin, Pflugerville, and Buda. And as a result, they're needing to file an affiliation agreement with HHSC for these facilities before they can receive those supplemental payments from the state. And so the affiliation agreement's been provided for your review, and Robin is available to answer any questions that you might have if we can get her connected.
Do you have her cell number where you could text her?
I do, if I can find my own cell. Let's see. She said it shows that she is unmuted on her end.
Okay. The only other thing she could do is call your cell phone. You could put her on speaker and it could go through your,
Okay, let me try that.
you know, it's a pretty poor deal when I'm giving technical advice. That is dangerous.
Hey, Robin, I'm going to put you on speaker and we'll see if we can navigate it that way. Want to try that? Okay, hold just a moment. Okay, let's try this.
Good
Do you
morning.
want to? Robin?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. I'm not sure what's going on my end. But good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Robin Daniel. I heard that Heather gave me an introduction, so I won't go into any details, but she did a great job describing the affiliation agreements. They are required for any hospital to receive supplemental payments from the UC program. And so Baylor Scott and White is basically extending their affiliation agreement. They have 3 new facilities within the state that they are wanting to add on to their affiliation agreement with the McLennan County LPDF. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, anyone have any questions?
I don't think so.
Okay. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the affiliation agreement?
So move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. Thank you.
This is Bill Galinsky from Baylor Scott and White. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Good. You're welcome. Let us know if we can help you.
All right, sure will.
Have a good day.
All right. Moving on to item M7, consideration and approval of a resolution by the Commissioners Court, excuse me, of McLennan County, Texas, authorizing and approving publication of notice of intention to issue certificates of obligation. I'd like to call on Andrew Friedman.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Andrew Friedman with Samco Capital Markets.
Good morning.
Have the honor of serving as the courts and the county's financial advisor, along with my partner, Mark McCliney. Before you for consideration this morning is a notice of intention resolution to begin the legal process of issuing up to $15 million in certificates of obligation. That's a not to exceed amount. While we are in the process of putting together this transaction, as you all are aware, we've got preliminary values for the upcoming tax year, and they will not be certified until later in July. So as we get those certified values, we will then proceed based on the timetable before you all to price on August 17th, a few weeks after we get those certified values, so that we can set our upcoming payments and structure of the certificates of obligation to be able to issue these without causing an INS tax rate increase, which is a paramount part of the reason behind this transaction. We can fund these capital improvements without increasing the tax rate. Should you approve this morning, we'd move forward putting together an offering document, moving towards a competitive sale, putting this out for bid, and be back in front of the court August 17th with bids in hand. At that time, you'd be committing and authorizing the actual sale of those certificates of obligation. We'd have a fixed interest rate to present to you at that time. Should you approve the sale of those COs, the funds would be delivered on September 8th. The second page of the attachment before you all is what we call the tax rate impact analysis, and this is what demonstrates that we're able to fund these certificates of obligation without a tax rate increase. You'll see moving from left to right, we're showing the rows of the fiscal years, beginning with the current fiscal year, and you can see based on our existing debt, the debt that is already outstanding, and where our INS tax rate is. And then you can see as we move further to the right towards the middle, the $15 million in certificates of obligation, and how we're able to structure those based on preliminary values. And what we're showing here for fiscal year 2022 is actually lower than the preliminary values the most recent we have from the appraisal district. So we'll wait to see in July where that actually comes out and certifies based on the outcome of protest. And then from there, we'll be able to structure our payments to ensure that we do not increase the INS tax rate. The other lever to pull, so to speak, is that we're running this $15 million CO at an interest rate of 3%. The current market right now is closer to 1.8% for a AA minus credit such as McLennan County. So that will allow us, we won't be paying as much interest on the $15 million in COs as we're showing in this tax rate impact analysis. It will allow us to put more bonds in and ensure that we're able to hit that target. So our approach has always been under-promise and over-deliver. We want to be conservative in the estimates that we use for our taxable assessed value growth, not only in this upcoming year, but in future years. And so we've assumed an annual growth rate of 5% through 2023, and then 2% through 2025, and then no growth thereafter. And what that allows us to do is hopefully we keep growing in the county in future years, and as we get that growth, the number of pennies of tax rate it requires to fund capital projects goes down, and that allows for us to continue to entertain issuing debt to fund capital improvements without increasing the tax rate. And so that's our goal. It's anybody's guess where interest rates will go from here. Certainly we expect interest rates should be rising, but last week the 10-year Treasury bond dropped by about 20 basis points. This morning we've got news on the economy. The producer price index is up 6.6%, I believe. And so we'll see what that drives the market this morning. So far today, the 10-year Treasury bond is unchanged from that low of about 1.5%. So all in all, we'll know, and we'll have, we're subject to whatever interest rate risk exists until we lock in rates August 17th. And certainly we'll be able to brief you at that time on how things have trended since then. I'm happy to answer any and all questions that you have. Judge or Mr. Chapman, if there's anything I've neglected to mention that I should, please let me know, but I turn it back over to you all.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions in there? In the language is developed, it's pretty broad, but it's the important thing is we match up the term of the debt with the asset, the life of the asset. And so in other words, we don't use this for short-term expenses. These are all long-term investments for the county over time.
Absolutely right.
Yep. Okay, any questions? All right, is there a motion to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the publication of a notice of intention to issue certificates of obligation?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. We'll see you in August.
All right, have a safe trip back.
All right, under item O, the McLennan County Venue Project, under item O1B is discussion and/or action regarding punch list reports. I'd like to call on Kevin Carr, please.
Good morning, Dustin. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, commissioners, judge, good morning as well. I guess, are we okay? Should I just pull up my presentation, Dustin? Is that best?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Okay, let me see if I can share. See if that works. All right, is everybody able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so where we're at, I think, and I've got Dylan here with me, who's with John Irwin Construction. So I think where we started, maybe give a quick recap of the entire punch process, like how many items did we start with roughly, and how many we roughly got left?
Yeah, so we started at about 580 items, and then I think just through additional walks and different conversations with the Hot Fair team, Populous, there ended up being probably closer to right at 600. And currently there is 70 items open, with including the how many was it?
38.
Including 38 of them being the items we're requesting to close today in court. And then the other 40 items, there's a handful in there that are actually duplicate items, like just one off the top of my head, an example, there's some light switch covers that are going to cover the light switches, protect them from volleyball or anything hitting them. So just that item there's probably 8 or 9 punch items for it. So I mean, we're down in the 10, 15 item range, we believe, on items that we're working to complete now. And many of them are in the works, so we're nearing completion as of this morning.
So kind of the items we wanted to talk about with the court that we've had some behind the scenes walks and discussions about. So there's 4 items basically that are kind of in contention amongst the group. So there are one area of the facility has some floor slabs with inconsistent color and or over grinding with inconsistent coloration. It's the east side of the main public concourse near the main concession area. There's a few areas where there are some patches in select colored concrete floors that needed to be repaired. There are some scratches in the floors out in a few select areas. This is out in the main expo hall is where that occurs. And then there's various locations of cracking, which is minor shrinkage cracking in locations in the public concourses again, or kind of a grouping of items. These items represent about 35 actual punch items. So I thought I'd share some photos of things that have been talked about and looked at. So one area, this is the actual punch list report. This is if you're standing in the south public concourse just outside the main concession area. The comment is about slabs being a different color. This photo was taken back in March when we were still trying to finish the facility, but I'd like to put it in context so you can see kind of what we're looking at. And here's some areas. It's in the same area of the slab. There's some over grinding comments, and I'll show you some actual photos. So these were photos. We actually went and walked the facility yesterday. So instead of seeing the zoomed in photo, you can see this public concourse in context if everybody can see the photo. So you're looking, this is standing in the south public concourse looking towards east, down towards the office area. There's the concession stand on the left. You're actually looking at the transition in color from darker to light. So here's a photo. We'll zoom into that area. You can start to see where the transition in color occurs. I'll go to the other side. This is that same concourse floor. You can see a little bit of the over grinding that was referenced. And then I'll zoom in. Again, basically zoom into that same colored, the concern area, basically. I think my point is when you put it in context, it's not maybe as aggressive as the punch list, the zoomed in punch list picture appears. You're actually looking at the facility as it exists, and these photos were taken yesterday. What happened, we were talking to Ronnie, our superintendent, last night, and I kind of forgot about it. So this particular slab placement, we actually were placing concrete, got hit with a freak rainstorm, and it rained on the slab. So they spent a lot of extra time. Once the rain let up and we got the water off the slab, basically they worked the slab surface to get the finish on the slab to basically be what it is. So they spent a lot of extra time finishing the concrete, but it was rained on. And we think that may have led to some of the slight color difference, but it's not a structural issue. And I'll take another photo. This was taken earlier in the job when we were still in construction. You can see the concession stand is empty, but kind of dependent on the light. Like I said, this is the area in question that we're talking about, but as a finished product, this is what it looks like today. So this is, I think this item here represents 4 items on our punch list. 1, the coloration concern, and then 2, there's some areas where a little bit of over grinding. Well, the over grinding was a result of the concrete getting rained on as we were trying to finish it when the rainstorm hit. So that is one grouping of items, just so you can see it in context. Another grouping of items at the colored concrete, which is basically in the 2 main entrances. And when you walk in the facility, there's a comment about patches and floors. You can kind of see a zoomed in picture of an unacceptable patch. We agree that's unacceptable. We're going to go address those. I think for those particular items, there's only a handful of these. I took a few more. There's 1 or 2 locations where it looks like a little chunk, maybe the rock came loose. There's like a little small divot, a little bit size of maybe a quarter or a silver dollar. We agree those are going to be repaired, but this is another grouping of items. There's another small little imperfection that came out in the colored concrete. You can see it there. We don't want to create a trip hazard, so we're going to go fix those items. We agree with that. Another grouping of items, and this occurs in the expo hall, predominantly on the west end of the facility down near the 4 small meeting rooms or classrooms. So there are areas, this is the actual punch item that references, and I'll show you a zoomed in picture of this upper left one, talks about scratches in the floor. We don't know for the life of us how this happened. The only thing we can think, there's small swirl marks. We don't know if in the cleaning process or something got on the floor and created the swirl marks. The only equipment that's really been run on that floor surface was some automated drivable floor cleaning equipment. We don't know if one of the pads came loose and the actual chuck or whatever where you mount the pad on the bottom side. We don't know if something happened there and that's what's created the swirl marks. We have no idea, but we are going to go in, try to do some selective light sanding on the floor and reapplication of, there's a concrete enhancement coat that got put on that surface. See if we can, we don't want to create more damage, but we're going to do some test areas and see if we can help where there's a few areas where this swirling is occurring. So that's another grouping of items that are kind of in contention that happen post work. The other grouping of items they talk about, we do have, and I think, so of the scuffs and scrapes, there's like 11 punch list items that are this type of item. I don't think all 11 are the swirls. There's only a handful of swirls. There are some other areas with small scuff marks, but not sure, like I said, what led to that. Then the last kind of item that's in contention, there is some minor shrinkage cracking. This really occurs on the public concourse floors on the west side and south side of the facility. They are shrinkage cracks. All these cracks have been reviewed by the structural engineer of record, Walter P. Moore. There are no structural issues within the expo center whatsoever. These are all cosmetic in nature. They don't appear to be changing in size or increasing since they were first identified. But there are 20 of these particular items throughout. So I thought I'd show you a sampling of pictures of what we're talking about. So in the facility itself, you've got some cracks that appear like this. This is probably one of the larger, worst examples. So there's one example on one extreme of a few of the cracks that we do have in the floors. Here's another picture where I can point it out for you if it's hard to see, but there is a small hairline crack here in the floor. And then again, another example where you've kind of got a mid-range between the minor and the larger shrinkage cracking. So there's kind of a sampling of the 20 particular items that we have at various locations. I don't think it's, again, it's not structural, it's cosmetic. The structural engineer's recommendation was to monitor them. When we come back and walk the facility in about 10 months or 11 months, just prior to the 1-year warranty period expiring, the recommendation would be to re-review. And if we do need to do some sort of treatment to those particular cracks, if they've grown in size, if they've opened up, if they've started to shift, there may be some remedial action that we'd want to consider at that point in time. So that's kind of the end of the presentation, Commissioners, Judge, Dustin. Like I said, we're going to address a few of these items. We think the coloration item, I think the fix could be worse than the problem itself. You know, I think there's multiple things we could do, from super aggressive to some light surface treatments, but I think anything that we might do to the coloration items, we would get ourselves into a situation where I don't think we're ever going to get these slabs to match perfectly. I don't think when you look at it in context, it jumps out at me as a major issue, especially, like I said, when you really look at it in total. But I think whatever we could potentially do to that area would make the problem. I still think you're going to see some sort of color difference because there's going to be a material difference depending on what we do, and then a time difference of when this work was all completed. And then as far as the small shrinkage cracks, you're actually, and I'd have to zoom into various locations. Some of those cracks are actually appearing in these photos. So there's a few places where they're a little more noticeable. But again, there's some shrinkage cracks. They're not structural. We would recommend, just like a structural engineer, to continue to monitor. And if we want to do something in the future, again, I think any of the repair methods that we would potentially do to some of those minor cracks, it's not going to change. You're still going to see it unless we do some wholesale replacement removal methods, and then you're going to start creating kind of a patchwork situation within the facility. So
there was one other
Yes,
item,
sir.
one other item that I recall that you didn't address, and that was at a door or a threshold, kind of a grade change or something.
yeah, I think there's one item that's at the west inside entrance here at the west entry, where there's just a very slight depression in the floor, that just on the, as you're walking into the facility, it would be on your right. We talked about it yesterday, Judge. We're going to go take some physical measurements so we can see how deep the depression is. My guess is it might be from the floor surface, maybe a quarter of an inch. It's something that we went back during construction, reviewed all the structural testing reports. There wasn't any anomalies or bad backfill compaction reports. There wasn't any bad concrete breaks in that area. We're not sure if we don't know. We don't know what led to that small minor depression. So we're just currently monitoring it right now.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it was not a.
It's not a structural issue.
Yeah, right. In fact,
right.
I don't think we saw anything of a structural problem. Zane's in here as well, and he was on. He did the walkthrough with Dustin, myself, and Ken Bass, and TJ.
Yes, sir.
On the little divots in the floor, it looked like just a little bit more effort in making those things blend in would be helpful.
Yeah, we're gonna, a couple that you see like this that got poorly patched, we're gonna remove that. There are a couple fresh ones that obviously something's come up, somebody's probably cleaned it up when the floor cleaning. We are gonna get those filled in and have our polished concrete guys do a repair and try to get it to blend in. We agree. We don't want somebody to catch a heel or something in there and
well, they were smooth, but they were just they need a little artistic work on them or something.
Yes, sir.
But because it's primarily right there in that entrance, and it's where people see it. So I think.
Yes, sir.
Working on that.
And we agree on those items. We're going to go address those.
Okay.
It's primarily the colorization one on that one portion of the slab there by the concession stand, and then the hairline shrinkage cracking that you're seeing at various locations that are cosmetic in nature are really I think the two major items from the walk.
Right. Any questions?
This is Mike and I'm a veteran of many walkthroughs on these things. When you pour that much concrete, there are going to be shrinkage cracks, and like to think about it as character to some extent. But then also there is going to be a difference in coloration because they have to pour as they go along on different dates, especially if they had some rain. But the coloration is not so noticeable that it's worth trying to change it and taking a chance on messing it up worse.
Yes, sir. I mean, that's the thing. You'll notice it too when you place concrete weeks or months apart. You get a slight subtle variation in the color just because some of their, they're in a different portion of their aggregate pile or a different portion of their sand pile, and they get just a slight different, mix of ingredients basically that make up the concrete materials. You get slight color variances throughout the range of concrete.
Well, we've got areas like that in the expo center that are color variations.
Yeah, over in the Coliseum, yes, sir.
All right, commissioners, y'all have any questions or comments?
I would say the over grinding and, you know, that would be a concern, and the scratches. I think the rest of it is, well, in those spots that look like they got filled in that don't look very nice, that need some beauty work done on them, but you're gonna get cracks in concrete, and you're gonna get different colors when you pour big slabs. It just happens. And I don't think that's in my mind, not a major issue.
Yes, sir. We're gonna address the divots, and then we're gonna try to improve the scratching situation.
Any other questions? All right, Dustin, what action do we need? Just to accept the report, or?
Judge, actually in the packet, there is a list of those non-conforming items that we need to accept. So if we accept that list, we'll return it to Populous. And then as Kevin said, these things will be monitored and
Okay.
can be addressed at the 1-year warranty walk.
All right.
Well, hold on a minute. There's certain things that they're going to do now, not at the 1-year warranty walk. Right?
Right. Those, the things they talked about, the patches and
Scuff.
trying to address the scuffs. Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
How should it read? What should the motion, or what do we need to say? Approve what?
I think if we approve the list of non-conforming items and with the notation that Irwin's gonna correct the items that they have noted, and that we will continue to monitor the other issues over the next up until the 1-year warranty walk.
So move.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Judge, commissioners, Dustin, thank you all so much. Mike Dixon, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to item F1K, McLennan and Hill Counties, Tawakona Creek Water Improvement District, discussion and or action regarding baseline water quality and environmental health survey of NRCS Reservoir 19 funding request. I'd like to call on Dr. Lear.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Larry Lear, and I'm the manager of the Tawakoni Creek Water Improvement District. The Tawakoni Creek District manages floodwater control in conjunction with the county and the Natural Resource Conservation Service. Site 19 is adjacent to the site proposed by the City of Waco landfill. The district will be authorizing a baseline water quality study on the site as a measure to assess potential contamination originating from the landfill. The district has approached the city to fund 1/3 of the study. We recently received a term sheet from the city as a condition for funding participation. The proposed terms are unacceptable to our board, and a copy of the study was forwarded to the Commissioners Court several days ago. It's our purpose to ask the county to cost share the water quality study on a 50-50 basis. Should the City of Waco eventually contribute funding, the county will receive a rebate based on the equal allocation part. So the amount of that funding proposal was, for 1/2 of that study is $30,000, $30,006.50. That'll be shared equally between the Tawakoni Creek Water Improvement District and McLennan County.
Can you go into a little detail about the city's, what they proposed, City of Waco?
Yeah, they limited their proposal to $13,800 or 1/3 the cost of the study, whichever was less. They wanted the tax rate. They wanted to go ahead and pay a lump sum tax rate, but it was based on current valuation. Within 60 days, they wanted to describe access route for inspection easements. We have power of eminent domain, and we have on these sites that we have easements on, we have the right to inspect the sites. for potential pollution issues. And our board felt that this was going to restrict our legal rights in terms of inspection. We'd also asked that the drainage system be changed a bit so it wouldn't be going directly into the lake. They said they would accommodate stormwater flows, but they were going to do that consistent with the city's ordinances, rules, and design standards. We didn't feel comfortable about that because we don't have any control over it. What we had asked is that water be directed around the dam and deposited on the backside as opposed to being deposited in the lake. We had also asked for indemnification in case there were any damages to the site caused by pollution. When that lake is full, I'm going to estimate the number here, but approximately 100 acres of that site would be inundated by waters from the lake. And we had asked for indemnification in the event that there was a pollution event associated with the landfill site. They've offered $1 million liability coverage, but we really have no idea what kind of damages may occur. It's known to be critical habitat for eagles, American bald eagles, and Mexican eagles. And they've also asked that once we sign their term sheet that we could never complain about anything. There would be not oppose, authorize, or allow anyone on its behalf to oppose the application. And not knowing what's coming up in the future, we're just not comfortable doing that. We've got a number of constituents at Axtell who weren't happy about this anyway, but we feel that by accepting their proposal, we've restricted ourselves in our ability to manage those resources in a way that's going to benefit our constituents.
Any questions or comments?
Well, you know, just offhand, I'm obviously not pleased that Waco chose not to have a skin in the game. I don't really, you know, I'm not fond of that, to be honest with you.
Mhm.
And I would assume at some point in the past, did this court pass a resolution supporting that site? Did we do that?
We had no,
Totally out of our-
we didn't weigh in on, we couldn't weigh
We,
in. had
yeah,
no-
we couldn't regardless, so
Yeah,
we've never weighed
we had
in
no
on the
authority
site,
on
one
it.
way or the other.
Right.
We've presented the proposal before, but understandably, it was difficult because we didn't know if the city was going to participate. On their term sheet, they've asked that we sign this by June 30th. We're not prepared to do that, but we are going to go ahead with the baseline study. Quite frankly, our board feels like they're dragging their feet for whatever reason. I don't know if there's some statutory date associated with June 30th, but we've been trying to deal with them for several months now, and we're not getting very far. But we don't want to lose any more time in terms of a baseline study, because once they start construction, it changes water quality characteristics. So we've got to get the data. It's a year-long study. We've got quarterly sampling activities that'll be done on water quality, habitat, and chemical analytes in the water. So if we're going to go with this, we've got to go ahead and get on.
What is your estimate on when they're gonna start, Larry, on actual construction of the site?
I don't know. There's public meetings that have to be done, and there's appeals that can be made. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the law to understand what those timeframes do to us in terms of implementing a study. So I just don't know. One of the things that concerned me, and I'm not an attorney, but they said these terms were subject to Texas Rule of Evidence 408, which in my understanding means that we can't show any of these communications if we ever get in a dispute. That could be wrong. Again, I'm not an attorney. But our board felt like this was really pretty restrictive and took a lot of took a lot of our ability away to make constructive changes on the benefit of our constituents. And for the amount of money that's involved in the fact that they've limited indemnification, we just don't feel good about accepting them as partners on that. We're going to be going back and asking them for some participation, but I don't want to be stuck to a June 30th deadline. So we would hope that the county would go with us on this, but if they don't, we're prepared to do it ourselves. We think it's a very important thing, not only for us, but the county as a partner of the watershed's flood control areas, and also for the local community. That receiving water from that lake flows through McLennan County. So the county has a vested interest, or the constituents in that part of the county have a vested interest.
Yeah,
By routing that water around the dam, we're concerned about water quality, but there's also a hydrological factor in terms of dam safety. It's my understanding that the city as an entity, and I could be wrong on this, but is not obligated to pay taxes. We're funded by a tax rate of about approximately 2 cents per $100 valuation, but they would be exempt from paying those taxes. Well, that's the only maintenance money we get, and it's quite possible that the hydrological flow into that could require some sort of improvements to the dam. We're not seeing enough money in there to do that. So
wouldn't that be an issue with TCEQ?
well, it would, but it would have to be after the fact, and that always kind of concerns me a little bit. We've been providing information to the city freely on the site since since last summer, and I'm really disappointed that this is kind of where we are, and we're just going to have to move on.
News break here. The court just received a message from the city, from Assistant City Manager Paul Kane, that they have not, saying that Tualatin Watershed has not provided any feedback to the city. I'm hearing the feedback for the first time. And then it says, we have not heard a word from the board, which I'm assuming that's the board of the Tualatin Watershed. So that's not consistent with what
well, that is, we provided information early on when, in previous mayoral administrations, but we haven't sent any information back. We're so far apart on this term sheet, we haven't sent anything back to the city on this. We had to get on this agenda, and our board finally decided that we're not going to be able to accept these terms. But it's pretty restrictive, and like I say, they're wanting terms to be completed by June 30th. It's taken weeks and weeks just to get this out. So I was on the docket for the board and wanted to come in. What we're asking the county to do is come up with half. If we can make an arrangement with the city, we're happy to do that. We'd like for them to be a part of it, but we don't feel like we can drag our feet for the rest of the summer to try to get some sort of arrangements made.
Okay. All right, we have a board, we have a commissioners court meeting scheduled for the 29th. And I would make a motion, we defer until we can get feedback from all parties involved. I think that, if there is possibility that they participate in the study at a equal level or more, that would be beneficial to the taxpayers of McLennan County. So I've got a motion out there to defer.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Comment?
Yes, please.
For the vote, I would say this study is very important, and I understand it and certainly support it, and I agree with you that if we can, we have an obligation to our taxpayers, and if we can get help with it, that would be great, but I know the study has to go forward also at some point. So.
Okay. All right.
I have a quick question.
Okay. Commissioner Miller, hold on just a second. Commissioner Jones?
And my notes show that we approved a maximum of half already.
Yes.
So,
That's what it says.
Yes.
so we're mean, we were just hoping that the city would split that with us. Is that correct?
That is correct. And like I say, I would like for the city to participate, but I don't feel good about the term sheet that we've received now, and I can't accept it just because they've presented it. Yeah.
Right. So that's what I heard. That's what I understand. So.
Okay, well,
Well,
maybe we get more clarification, by the 29th. Because it sounds.
That'll be terrific. Thank you so much for your consideration on this. We'll be contacting the city, but like I say, we were on the agenda. I did feel like I needed to give the commissioners some sort of idea of where we were with all this, but it's been somewhat frustrating.
Right. Now, has TCEQ finished their report?
I haven't seen it, and we haven't been advised of. We haven't received anything from anybody except this term sheet.
Okay. Well, TCEQ should be public record. So anyhow,
That's correct. I'll talk to the director of dam safety this week and see what their estimate is on that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you, Dr. Lear.
Thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners.
All right.
And Judge, on that, I do believe that our 50% share, the new funding would increase what we had agreed to before, but we will research that more and be ready on the 29th.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to move on to item J. This is regarding a piece of property in the city of Eddy, Texas, under J1A. It's action to rescind previous authorization of tax resale deed, and J1B is discussion and/or action regarding request to convey undivided interest of property to the city of Bruceville Eddy for public use. I'd like to call on Charles Brady.
Good morning, Your Honor, Commissioners. This has been on the agenda a few times prior. It's my understanding that the Bruceville Eddy ISD did meet concerning this property and that they had several concerns about that, namely the same sorts of concerns that the court had, funding and whatnot. So they voted to table this, and I believe Commissioner Smith could also speak to this, but at this point, I don't think that anybody aside from the city is ready to proceed with this. And what I would recommend is that we kind of remove this from the agenda, and I'll work with the school and with the city, and maybe we can come to some sort of resolution. They can get something into their budget coming up in October that could address this, that'll make everybody a bit more comfortable. It's not that they don't want to deal in good faith with anybody. It's just they don't, same sorts of questions that y'all had about funding and how they were going to use the property. They don't have answers to those either.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I guess we pull with no action with both of those. All right.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we pull with no action on J1A and B.
And Judge, we actually won't need a motion. We can just pull both of those with no action.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, Charles.
You're welcome.
Moving on to item K2 regarding U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Under K2A is authorization of reimbursement requests and reports from the city of Waco. I'd like to call on Raynisha, please.
Good morning. How are you all? Let me just share my screen real quick. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and Manager. Thank you for allowing the City of Waco to share our progress, strategies, and potential proposed plan moving forward. In today's presentation, I will highlight the current partnership, accomplishments, challenges, grant comparisons, application process, outreach, and proposed plan and timeline to execute the plan. McClendon County entered into a partnership with the City of Waco to administer the Emergency Rental Assistance Program in the amount of $7.7 million. Since entering the agreement administratively, we have completed the following: developed policy and procedures and marketing plan / outreach plan, reviewed applications for eligibility in addition to case management, distributed grant funds, and created compliance reporting tools. To date, we have received 452 applications, approved 113 residents, averaging $4,500 for arrear, prospective, and utility payments, totaling close to $500,000 within the past 4 months. Of the 452 applications, excluding 113 approved residents, 105 residents have not completed applications, and staff are working closely with the residents to retrieve documentation to achieve program eligibility. 127 residents did not meet the qualifications of the program and were referred to other nonprofits for assistance. 107 residents have been non-responsive after several attempts via different communication modes. This chart provides a breakdown of funds dispersed per zip code. The program has been very impactful to those residents who reside in zip codes 76706, 76710, 76712, and 76705. This is an illustration of staff's process to ensure superior customer services provided, residents achieve eligibility, and staff are in compliance with the regulations set forth by the U.S. Department of Treasury. Staff marketing efforts consist of contacting 72 landlords with established relationships from previous programs, 1,413 residents who previously applied for other rental assistance programs, 204 small business owners who were recipients of the Small Business Recovery Program, public speaking at NAACP meetings, neighborhood association meetings, public meetings, EOAC, Head Start, cities located within McClendon County, and media interviews. Advertisement has been placed on Waco Transit buses. It includes advertising behind driver panels, 2 urban back windows, 1 rural back banner, and rural back rep, and also 4 benches. These advertisements are located in higher ridership routes. Case management has been provided for ineligible households, recipients of prospective assistance, and continued home instability. And staff has made referrals to Salvation Army, Caritas, Heart of Texas, Housing Authority, and the Family Abuse Centers. My apologies, Caritas. Some of the challenges staff faces are as follows. 28% of our applicants do not meet the income eligibility requirements, 47% insufficient documentation, or they're very non-responsive. And then also invalid contact information, and then non-participating landlords. Some of the solutions that we have incorporated would be, we've made contact with our applicants to walk them hand on hand with the application process to ensure that the application is completed. We've also provided deadlines and also through multiple contact methods. And then we've attempted alternative contact information. And then we've also worked with our landlords to encourage them to participate in the program. And so one of the things that I've seen is that I've directly had to call landlords to encourage them to participate in the program because they are not interested in pursuing the program because of the landlord-tenant relationship that they currently have established. And so some of the comparisons, the difference between the Emergency Rental Assistance 1 and the Emergency Rental Assistance 2 is that our first program, you must show financial hardship due directly or indirectly to COVID-19. And then the payment must be made directly to the landlord and then also the utility provider. And assistance may not exceed 15 months. So the difference between ERA 1 and then also 2 is that in this new grant program, you must show a hardship during COVID, which means it does not have to directly meet the COVID need, meaning that they do not have to be affected directly or indirectly by COVID. And then we can also make payments directly to the tenant. And this assistance carries out to 18 months. This proposed plan is contingent upon the disbursement of funds. And so we can convert temp employees to full-time once we have demonstrated that funds are being dispersed at a faster rate. And then if FTE is warranted. The number of applications will increase significantly once ERA 2 is released, and the need to process applications and provide case management will occur at a faster rate. And so what staff is proposing is to hire a full-time staff to carry out ERA 1 as well as ERA 2. And we would like to hire 5 full-time employees, 1 program manager who will oversee all of the approval processes, as well as incorporating policies and procedures as the U.S. Treasury Department provides new guidance, and then also have a team lead, which will support the program manager in improving these applications, and then also directly contacting our applicants to refer them to outside agencies for assistance. And then also employ eligibility specialists. So the calculation is, we also calculated a 3% annual increase. However, if that is not realized, then that will be a cost saving for the program, which could be used directly to our residents. We have 2 positions in our department, which will be myself, the interim director, and then also our financial supervisor, who will also work with the program, and that will be provided in kind, totaling $261,000 over the grant period. And so this is just a picture of our draft budget. And so what it details out is our employee benefits, which will include salary and benefits, also special services to include IT support, computers and phones. And then we've also incorporated the cost of our temp staff currently from February through August, which we anticipate hiring during that time after August. And then our software, which will be our rental assistance, government tech, which we currently use, and then our targeted advertisement. And so in the proposed plan, we have our special services, which represents our operational services through IT, which is needed to facilitate our phones and our networks. And then we have our temp staffs who have been projected out through August until we hire a full-time staff. And then we also include, of course, our software costs and then our advertising. As we continue this program and the current advertisement that we currently do, we foresee that we will have cost savings because the program will have been dispersed throughout the community. And then also, of course, our office supplies. Based on our current patterns, we project the following services. 96% of the funding will be used towards rental assistance, 3.9% will be used towards utility assistance, and then approximately 10% towards other assistance. And so where are we today? We've already developed a plan. We're presenting it to you guys today. And then today we'll also work to execute the interlocal agreement between the city and the county. And from there, if this is approved, we'll start the hiring process, such as drafting job descriptions. And we will also submit those job descriptions to the county for approval. And then we'll post the positions via the city's website. And from there, we'll finalize the hiring process and then begin the undertaking of the program. Are there any questions?
Any questions anyone have?
I've got a couple of questions.
Sure.
Please. Is there a deadline for spending this money? Does it have to be spent by a certain time?
Yes, sir. So ERA1, which is the first grant, has to be spent by September 30, 2022. And the second grant, which will be ERA2, has to be spent by September 30, 2025.
Okay, so at that time then, regardless of whether all the money is spent or not, that's the drop dead time after that point? You can't spend, you can't approve any more or spend any more money? The money, what happens to the money? It goes back to the federal government?
Yes, sir. It goes back to the federal government. However, I will say, because there are ongoing changes with the program, we do have the ability to extend it out 3 months.
All right. So then what happens once we reach the end of this to all of those people we've hired?
And so what we are looking to do is that if we get to the end and those who have been hired, of course, this is a grant program and it's contingent on funding. And so we are looking to possibly, they will maybe let go, but also we're looking to relocate them to other positions.
That'd be with the city.
With the city?
Yeah.
Potentially with the city, or we can work with the county to transfer them over to those positions. But keep in mind, when you work with a grant program, your employment is contingent on grant availability.
Okay, and everyone would understand that was hired.
Yes, everyone will understand it, and it will be in the offer letter.
All right. The 15 months and the 18 months, can those be stacked? Can a person receive help through both part 1 and part 2? And those?
Yes, sir.
So those can be stacked up to like 33 months then, supposedly?
It can't be stacked. However, it can go out to 18 monts.
Okay,
So if Rainisha, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. You go right ahead.
So if a resident applies for ERA 1, they can also qualify for ERA 2, but it cannot exceed 18 months.
All right,
So you can't stack both programs and receive like approximately 30 plus months.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then my last question, I guess, would be, I know we've done zip codes, but how difficult would it be to break that down into municipalities or cities to give us an idea? Because I know I'm familiar with some of the zip codes, but not all of them. I guess I could look them up, but some of the zip codes span several different municipalities. Would it be possible to break those down into the actual people who've received grants by city?
Yes, we can do that. We can get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
My only question, Renisha, is the fact that we're not moving extremely quick with this. And so my concerns are we're going to build a government agency and find that these funds are going to be hard to expend. And then we've grown government, but yet we've been able to provide very little assistance. Is there anything that you can tell us that we would see an increase in how the funds are expended and how soon that would be? It just seems like this thing's crawling along.
And I understand your point, and that you brought up a good point. And so what we're working to do is gain compliance, right, with each of our applicants. And so I will say with the additional funding, because the requirement is that you have to have had a difficulty during COVID, not directly affected to COVID-19, and then these funds will be able to disperse at a faster pace. I will say that we are receiving additional guidance almost every other month. And so I do anticipate that there will be some changes within the requirements. If we receive ERA 2, the funds will be dispersed quickly because we have the ability to work a lot more with the clients. It's more flexible. The flexibility in not receiving additional documents in versus ERA 1.
So are you saying that your ERA 1 funds may be stagnant because the ERA 2 funds will be easier to dispense?
So yes and no. The ERA 2 funds will be easier to disperse. However, with ERA 1, there is still guidance coming down to where they're making it more flexible.
Okay.
And so with that being said, and also I think one thing that is probably not being detailed out is that a lot of our clients, although we've only dispersed $500,000, some of those clients still will receive additional assistance every 3 months. And so those who have received prospective payments, we will reevaluate them every 3 months to continue to provide them assistance.
Okay.
And our funding of the program is based on a percentage of the ERA 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think 10% on one and 15 on two. And so, we get to the end of this and we have, let's say we only got out 60% of all the money or 70, then the cost per those dollars going out is much higher than 10 or 15% respectively. Would that be a true statement?
Can you repeat that last part?
Well, so the funds provided the city for this program are based off 10% on ERA 1 and 15% on ERA 2. And so you're locking in those expenses, but if we only get half or 60% or 75% of the money out of those funds out into the public, then the percentage or the cost to deliver those dollars is much more than 10 or 15%.
Correct.
Yeah.
So with this grant, we currently have the full allocation for ER1, which will do we'll have the 10%.
Right.
However, you are correct. We will only receive 40% or ERA1. And so that will be 15% of the whole allocation. So we won't see the full 15%. So all of those funds won't be dispersed. And so 75% of the grant, which will be the ERA1, and then 40% of ERA2 have to have been spent in order to receive the additional 60%. So yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
But I guess what he's getting at as well is, if I saw correctly, all of the recapture funds that are available have already been budgeted out throughout the program. So the intent is, regardless of how successful getting rid of the funds is, you're still going to spend the entire recapture rate on personnel and advertising and things of that nature. Is that right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
What,
Go ahead.
what extent is the county's obligation on this? What is the ask of the county? I don't.
So the ask of the county is to hire a full-time staff. And the reason why we are looking to hire a full-time staff is to ensure there are not any break-in services, and so that we can continue the program. Yes, we do have a temp staff, and that's what they're used for. However, we do want to have buy-in from our residents, and then also our temp staff. As you know, employers are now starting to rehire, and people are looking for full-time positions.
And we would pay for that position out of the recapture, is that?
So you will pay for the position out of the grant.
Out of the grant?
But it would be out of the 10% that is set aside for administrative costs.
And 15.
Yes, it's 10% out of the administrative cost for the first grant, and then 15% out of the second grant.
And they would be our full-time employee, they'd be a full-time employee of McLennan County?
There will be a full-time employee under the city of Waco.
Which we would have no obligation after this is over. So our ceiling, I guess, on cost is, the funds came into the county, and so, rather than us building an administrative staff, we'd look to, others, which the city has applied. EOAC and initially, had ERA 1, and so, but our limitation would be at those percentages of the gross dollars received that would be paid for by the federal, out of the federal funds. And on this second emergency rental assistance program administration, I know over the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of things that's distracting us from, and I would suggest the court that we defer this and look at it and bring it on the agenda for the next meeting, which would be the 29th.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you, Renisha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, that was under K2B,
Yes.
that motion, the action under K2A, we do have billing totaling $140,849.56.
I could not get myself together.
That we will need to approve that billing and then accept that report from Rainisha.
Okay. All right. Any questions on that?
I'd make a motion to approve the billing total of $140,849.56 and also approve the report.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
All right, moving back to the supplemental under item C1, this is approval of Haley and Olson PC to file an enforcement lawsuit against Montelongo Home Construction LLC for violation of subchapter F of chapter 233 of the Texas Local Government Code as adopted by McLennan County. Mike?
What number was that? What number?
That's C1.
Sorry, C1 on the supplemental.
Okay, supplemental, okay. Thank you.
In September of 2020, we adopted subchapter F of chapter 233 of the local government code. Essentially, the legislature had become concerned about the construction that was going on in unincorporated areas and how there's no real oversight. There's essentially what is required is before a contractor commences construction of new residential construction, they're to contact the county engineer's office and provide the location, the date that construction is expected to commence, and the version of the International Residential Code that the new construction will be constructed under. Then there's requirements for inspections, but in the end, the thing that they have to turn in to the county is a final inspection, which determines whether it's been built in accordance with the version of the International Residential Code. The builder has to turn into both the county and anybody who's building the structure for. If the report comes back and it's not built in compliance to the International Residential Code, then the county can take injunctive relief, seek injunctive relief to require the new residential construction to be brought into compliance with the International Residential Code. What we have here with Montelongo Homes is a consistent failure to provide the initial notice, and we've never received any sort of report on the final inspection. And this is a serial violator. We don't get any information from him, despite the county engineer's office sending him letters, emails, and communicating with him that he has to do these things to be in compliance. He has not done so. And there's one right now that he's building that we would like to bring injunctive relief on to stop him in his tracks until he gets the initial notice filed. And then we'd like to seek a broader injunction based on all the ones that he's done to date that requires that he follow subchapter F on all future residential construction in the unincorporated areas of McLean County.
Okay, any questions for Mike? Zane, you have anything on that?
At some point, we have to take some action or else.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Go ahead, Zane.
Judge, I agree with what our counselor is saying, and this home builder has repeatedly not turned in any notices of construction to my office or provided any home inspections at all. And my office has been diligent in sending letters, emails, trying to contact him, and he just refuses to turn the documentation in as required by state law. He currently has one house in precinct 3 that's 50% completed. He has another house in precinct 1 that's roughly 80% completed, and he has a vacant lot in precinct 1 that he has plans to start. So I'm in full support of proceeding ahead with legal processes to get this guy to comply with state law.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Zane? All right, if not, is there a motion to file an enforcement lawsuit against Montalongo Home Construction LLC for violations of subchapter F of chapter 233 of the Texas Local Government Code as adopted by McLennan County?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zane.
Thank you.
All right, finishing up the supplemental under item C2 is approval of order extending state of disaster and public health emergency declaration due to COVID-19 through July 31st, 2021. This will keep us aligned with what the city of Waco is doing. The governor also signed the state of Texas disaster declaration. He renewed it on June 5th or June 6th for an additional 30 days. And so we'll keep monitoring that and report back to the court, but it's our recommendation that we keep this in place through the end of July 2021 for now.
Okay, any questions? What's
I
pleasure?
have one
Yes,
question.
yes, Commissioner.
How are we issuing, and I guess the state, city, and the county, how will we be issuing disaster declarations while we're opening up businesses and facilities?
I think it's still, the governor still has his orders in place where if we get above the certain level on the trauma service area, that it gives powers back to the county judge to put limitations in place. So Commissioner, I think as long as COVID is spreading, even though it is decreased, that as we continue to monitor, if it starts to pick back up, it's probably, there's a likelihood that the governor keeps his order in place. But we think just as long as the governor's order's in place, that it does, it assists us with potential additional federal funding and things. We just think it's prudent to keep it in place.
Okay, for federal funding. Okay.
All right. Thank you. We have a motion.
No.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass. Thank you.
All right, Judge, if we could do one more item before moving back to the top of the agenda.
Okay.
Under H3 is authorization of software license agreement, confidentiality agreement, and business associate agreement with Justice Works LLC for Defender Data Prime Edition. I'd like to call on Michelle Flowers.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Michelle, would you like to go over what this case and document management software will do.
Yes, and I apologize. Usually this would be Katie McMullen. She's currently out on FMLA after having her baby, so I'm trying to fill in for her. Pretty much, this is going to be the software we're going to be using to communicate with our attorneys on the mental health docket for our conditions of bond and our individuals with mental health needs. This is also going to help us track the data that we need for our grant to show what we're doing and who we're serving and meeting our numbers and requirements for our grant funding. This is also a requirement of the grant. So we are going to try to move forward with getting this data. I think that's it.
Okay.
Very good, thank you. And there is a monthly software subscription fee. It's set at $50 a month minimum charge, and it can exceed that.
Okay. Any questions anyone have?
Is this something we're currently doing? Is this an extension or is this new?
This will be new.
Yes, sir. If I could interject, this is Lisa Fetch, the IT director. This office or this court did reach out to IT as well when they showed interest in this product. So we worked with them to look at the agreement information. We worked with Mike Dixon and Dustin, consulting on that language. There were some edits made. So the agreements have been vetted there. And I believe the cost, in speaking with Michelle, this was communicated in the presentation for the grant, I think just recently. They have 11 user accounts at $25 each per month. So the expense will be $275 per month for an annual expected expense of $3,300. And then there was a $5,000 expectation for customized programming. And I believe the entire grant was for $8,300. Is that correct, Michelle?
Not the entire grant, but the entire.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, the entire total for the software should be $8,300. And we already have the funds in the grant, and it was approved prior by the Commissioners Court to move the funding from the travel and training that we had extra, that we didn't use all of that because of COVID and nothing being open and doing everything on Zoom, and just move the funding to the software.
Okay, any other questions?
Our current software case management system doesn't work.
Is that eDoc?
Yeah.
Okay, well, no, it doesn't allow us to monitor and do the mental health component, and it doesn't let us add the mental health information. Additionally, the 11 users is Katie and myself, and then 9 other attorneys who are on our mental health wheel. So they would have the only access to that for attorney-client privilege and confidentiality. There's also the HIPAA component of the mental health information.
And these are attorneys that are selected because of their knowledge of mental health, which is
correct.
Specialized, it fits in specialized court. So it's,
That is correct.
Similar to what we do in juvenile as well. So. Okay.
Does juvenile have their own?
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not familiar with their system either. But this one has been looked at for redundancy, Commissioner Jones, and this system is set up different than the DIMS system that they're utilizing. So it's a different area of case management and the interaction with those outside entities.
Yeah, and the similarity I was referring to was that the fact that there's certain attorneys that are selected to handle juvenile and certain ones mental health, just because of their expertise in that area. But I do think that juvenile does have separate program due to the rules are different on minors and those things as well.
And we mirror our program off of the Collin County program that was made originally that does what we do, only larger now. And so Defender Data is actually the software that they use, and we mimicked their setup and everything that they did, because it's working so well over there, and that's what they're doing with this program.
Right. Any,
Well, the only other question I would have, the former system that we used, I would assume at some point there would be a reduction in cost from there if we're not using that component of that system. Dustin, is that right? EDOC or whatever you said, if we're not
Oh,
going to.
EDOC is the entire system that the county uses. There wouldn't be a reduction in that because that's,
Okay, so they don't charge us per different sections that use it then. It's an overall cost.
Yes, Commissioner Smith, the EDOC system is more for the criminal justice case management and also for civil records. It's designed differently than what the specialty court staff are using. Recently, I would say in the past year, they went to a DIMS case management system that I believe they manage programs and scheduling, after disposition. They're working with these individuals, whether it's for mental health, the veterans, and there was a third. I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
it's drug court.
yeah, drug
What's
court.
that?
Drug court.
Yes. So those are the three specialty areas. So the DIM software was specific for that management of the programs those individuals are enrolled in, and that's how the court manages that. So it's different than what our clerk's offices do. And then the introduction of this system is yet different from that, is my understanding when we met with this office. Because I was looking for that same redundancy. I was curious myself, but this is a different level of interaction with different agencies. And this one is more medical, health related, and therefore we have the business associate agreement involved in here, as well as the licensing agreements.
Okay, Commissioner Jones?
We're gonna have 3 systems now?
There are 3 different types of management systems. Yes, sir. So the district clerk office would use the EDOC system, and then the specialty courts are using both DIMS and this new one of interest.
And I'm guessing they don't talk to one another at all.
No, sir. There's no integration between those 3 systems.
I do know that our system, there couldn't be a communication between them.
I
because
understand
of
that. I understand that
the attorneys and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? What's the pleasure of the court? I'll make a motion, we approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion?
Do we roughly know how much this is gonna cost a month with the amount of users and the, so there's a new case, per new case and per user?
They opted for the subscription of $25 per month per user. Michelle and the other clerk in that office or administrator will take 2 of those, and then they have 9 accounts for the affiliated. I'm sorry, what were it was that attorneys, Michelle?
Mhm.
Yes. Okay. So
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
total of 11 user accounts at $25 each, we've got that as $275 per month, and that would be $3,300 annually.
Any other questions? All right, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. All right. Thank you. Dustin?
All right, Judge, that takes care of all of our
Okay.
guests. So if you'd like to take a break or move back to the top of the agenda.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and finish up the top of the agenda. Dustin, are you on? Okay. All right, Dustin, we have called court back into order.
All right, we can move to item E1D. This is recording of proposal with EDoc Tech for development of the host website for attorney portal. Judge, we just need to pull this for no action now. We're still waiting on that documentation.
Full with no action. All right.
Under E3, Human Resources, E3A is consideration under action on departmental incentive pay request. And Judge, I believe we'd like to hold this till the end of the agenda.
Okay.
All right, and moving down to E3B, County Court at Law number 3, discussion and or action on appointment of judge. And so, Judge, I'd like to just give a quick little update on this.
All right.
So the deadline for the applications was on June the 11th. We received 8 applications. I'd like to read out those names in no particular order. Ralph Strother, Chris Balajian, Pat Atkins, Dick Kettler, Will Hudson, Jason Milam, Denny Lessman, and Ryan Luna. This afternoon, the court will begin having introductory interviews with these applicants, and that will continue on until in the morning. And then I know the court will discuss more, but I think the plan is to post agendas next week to continue with interviews next Tuesday and potentially into Wednesday.
Okay.
And so, Judge, no action necessary at this time, and those interviews will be conducted in executive session.
Okay.
Any questions on that right now?
Anyone have any questions? All right, thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item F, budget amendments under F1 regarding the FY21 budget. Francis?
Thank you. So starting with FY21 budget amendments, F1A, this is a budget amendment that's been deferred a couple times now. And this is a request from JP3 to purchase a body temperature and facial recognition scanner for that facility in West. I don't have any further information, and Judge Perea is not able to join us here today to personally answer any questions, but I just wanted to make sure that no one else has gathered any other information on that. And if not, we can either approve, disapprove, or defer that matter.
Okay, we've asked Judge Perea to give us more information. He said he's not able to join us, so
Should we pull this until such time?
we can pull it if the court would like to.
I would like explanation on the facial recognition piece, and then how much longer are we gonna be checking temperatures? Is that something, Commissioner Smith, I think you were saying that's something that's
Well,
phasing out right now.
Read an article that there's discussion about it being overkill, that we're continuing to do it way past. So, you know, I'm sure there's pros and cons, but I'm like you, I don't know how many people are still taking temperatures, maybe the hospital.
OCA only has it as a best practice, not as a recommendation. So, but the administrative district judge, Judge Menard, has left it in there for the courthouse at this time.
So we are doing it at the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
Strictly temperature though, not facial recognition.
Strictly temperature. And we require mask when you come in the corridor area. And then each judge has their own rules for their own court.
I agree with Commissioner Perry. Let's just pull this until we get some more
Okay.
explanation.
All right, pull, no action.
Okay, so then picking back up with F1B, this is a budget amendment request for the general fund for the Heart of Texas Fairgrounds Department. The increase is related to invoices that were approved on a prior agenda, and these are repairs that are due to the winter storm damage. F1C, this is a budget amendment in the general fund for maintenance of buildings. They are requesting to increase part-time pay as well as professional development. And they are able to move the funds within their department from the full-time employees line item. And there is additional funds there due to vacancies. F1D, this is a request from the district attorney's office. It is a request to move within their department and increase their furniture and equipment line item in order for them to be able to purchase a shredder as well as items they need before the end of the year. F1E, general fund for the district clerk. He is requesting to move within his department to increase the line item for furniture and equipment so that they can purchase 2 printers as well as a glare cover for the monitor. And those things will complete the setup of their information board. F1F, this is general fund for the mental health court, requesting to move within their department to furniture and equipment to purchase a scanner. F1G, this is in the permanent improvement fund related to our 2019 bond or certificates of obligation. This is increasing the line item for ADA modifications. And this request specifically is related to invoices received and approved from CP&Y for the ADA study. F1H, this is general fund for Justice of the Peace Precinct 2. They are requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment in order to replace a water dispenser for the office. F1I, this is general fund for Road and Bridge Precinct 1. They are requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment to purchase for equipment expenses that they are going to need before the remainder of the year. And then F1J, this is general fund for Road and Bridge Precinct 3, requesting to move within their department into tires, tubes, and batteries. And they are requesting the increase due to the increase in prices of those items.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Are there any questions on items F1B to F1J? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, on item F1L, authorization of Texas Association of Counties Property Coverage Invoice number 31433. This is for the addition of 2 drones that were added in February. On drones, when they are added or removed from our coverage, that results in either a charge or a refund. 6 drones were dropped off our coverage back in January, and we were issued a $6,290 refund. And so 2 drones are now being added, and so this invoice totals $1,650, and this is for property coverage related to those drones, and they're for the sheriff's office.
What's the cost of the drone, each individual drone?
Commissioner, I'm not certain, but David Ives is on. I know he'll know.
So, Commissioner, it depends. We have 2 different models that we currently use. We have a DJI Enterprise 2 Dual and an Autel Evo 2 Pro Dual. They range in price from, $3,000 to, I believe, $10,000, depending on the camera and the FLIR capabilities, the thermal and night vision capabilities of the camera.
Okay.
Any questions? Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
F1M is Law Library authorization of change fund request. This is a request to have $17 in change for the coin operated machine. This will just allow us to be able to make change for people utilizing that copier in the law library.
Okay, any questions? Is there a motion to approve the change fund request?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
F1N, Heart of Texas Council of Governments, Area Agency on Aging authorization of FY21 dues for the senior citizen program. This is the annual program where we participate in. This, our matching dues total $7,566.21, and there is currently enough money in the budget to cover this.
Okay, any questions on that?
Who are we matching?
I think,
Commissioner,
I believe it's state funding.
that would
Match through Hot Cog.
I'm trying to see real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, and I believe that's correct. So in order for them to receive other funding, they do have to prove that they do have some
Yeah.
match. So
And I
this
will
is-
say
takes
they
clarity.
manage it well. They've, and I've heard numerous presentations being on the Hot Cog board. And, it's a real worthwhile program for our community.
Move to approve it.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
F2s regarding the FY22 budget. F2As, discussion and interaction regarding matters relative to the FY22 budget. Francis?
So no new information we need to talk about today. As we talked about on the last agenda, we will be ramping up budget discussions, and we hope to start those on the 29th, June 29th, on after the regular agenda that day, and then continue those through the month of July. We did briefly talk about this at the last meeting, but we have confirmed that Ralph Wallace with TCDRS, he has said that he can come to the court to give a presentation on our retirement plan to the court on Wednesday, June 30th at 1:30 p.m. So if that is agreeable with everyone, I know we may have one conflict where someone may be out that day, but if you have any suggestions as to changing that, let me know. If not, he has agreed to be here that day at 1:30.
Did you say June 30th?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A Wednesday?
Yes. Wednesday afternoon, yes.
Okay, do we need to, we have to post for that, Justin?
So
Or,
Judge, we'll start posting those for budget where we'll post Tuesday to be able to we can recess and reconvene within 24 hours anyway, but we will begin posting that way all throughout the budget sessions.
okay. All right,
All right, nothing under item G. Moving on to item H, contracts and interlocal agreements. H1 is authorization of amendment number 6 to inmate telephone service agreement with Global Tel Link Corporation. David? David Ives, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I am. So the jail is trying to get the service with GTL for our mail scanning. So we have a contraband problem, as every facility does, and this will help mitigate that contraband problem by providing a mail scanning service for our inmate mail delivery.
okay, any questions on that? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
H2 is regarding the current tax abatement agreement with BCP Jewel Drive LLC, authorization of assignment assumption agreement with Welcome Industrial Sub 57 LLC. In April of 2018, the court approved a tax abatement agreement with BCP Jewel. On March 24th, 2020, BCP sold the property to Welcome Industrial Sub 57, and this is just approval of the assignment of its rights and obligations from BCP to Welcome Industrial Sub 57.
Okay, any questions anyone would have on that? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item I, capital improvement, repair, and construction projects, I1s regarding the Spiegelville Road Improvement Project, authorization of notice to Windsor Water Company for water line relocation. Zane?
Thank you, Dustin. Judge, this is a request for the Commissioners Court to approve you signing a letter to Windsor Water Company, ordering them to lower a water line along Spiegelville Road within the next 30 days of receipt of this letter. Currently, the water line is 2 feet too high. It was relocated, but they did not follow the plans and specifications they were given, and so they left the water line too high. It's therefore causing a ponding of water and damming of the drainage way and causing problems for the road, so.
Okay, any discussion? I'll be glad to sign that. I'll make a motion we approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Thank you.
Under I-2 regarding ADA renovations at Extraco Event Center, agreement with John W. Irwin Construction, authorization of application for payment number 12. Ken?
Yes, sir. This application is in the amount of $17,434. And it has been reviewed and signed off by CPNY. So this should be good to go.
Okay. Any questions for Ken? If not, is there a motion to approve the application for payment number 12?
So moved.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
I-3 is regarding ADA renovations to MHMR Crisis Center, agreement with HES Incorporated, commercial general contractor, authorization of payment application number 1. Ken?
Yes, they have initiated this project, and I checked with TJ on that. They are submitting a pay application for $11,875. It has been reviewed by CPNY, and so again, this should be good to go.
Okay, any other questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, dropping down to item K3 regarding the Texas Historic Courthouse Preservation Program, recording of Architects' invoice number 1902.06 for Courthouse Master Plan Update. This invoice totals $2,685.69. As the court will remember, this was around a $50,000 project, and the grant was up for $49,500 of that, and our portion of the fee was $5,000. The Historic Commission has accepted the master plan update, so we will have it on the agenda next time for recording, and then we can begin seeking reimbursement from the Historic Commission on our grant funds as well.
Okay, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K4 is regarding the Texas Veterans Commission Fund for Veterans Assistance, Veterans Treatment Court Grant, approval of grant renewal and acceptance of grant reward. And Francis, I don't know if you have anything to add to this, but basically this grant has been renewed and awarded for an additional year, and so it would run through June 30th, 2022.
Excellent. Move to approve, Judge.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
K5 regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury, Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, American Rescue Plan, ratification of grant award and related award terms and conditions. And this is the ratification of our acceptance of that grant award. And the first allocation totals $24,923,004.50. We just need a motion to approve that ratification of the award and terms and conditions.
Quickly before that, do we have any idea when the funds are coming in?
I believe we've received these.
I think
They are here. We
Did we?
received those. We received those last week.
Nice. Okay.
All right.
So then,
You have something else, Francis?
Oh, no, that's okay. I was gonna say, we're just, still working through, of course, the guidelines, and they continue to roll out new information weekly, but we'll keep you up to date on those matters.
Okay.
Or are you talking about the ARP? We've received the 24.9?
Yes, that's half of that grant. Yes, sir.
Okay, did we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Case 6 is regarding the Texas Community Block Grant for water and sewer improvements in the unincorporated community of Elmont. Contract number 7219270, recording and modification request approval. Back in April, we were notified that there were some funds left over from this project, and we requested to be able to use those to replace some water line in Elmont, and the Texas Department of Agriculture has approved that requested modification. So this is just approving that, recording that approval of modification.
Okay, any questions? Now is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made second, no discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass.
Under item L, Department Office Specific Requests, L1, Purchasing, Authorization of Online Auction with Renee Bates, related ad in order declaring certain property as surplus and authorizing disposition of same. Ken?
Yes, sir. We've put together 32 lots that we'd like to put on the Renee Bates online auction. There's stuff, kind of scattered through the county, but we have some vehicles at the radio shop. We have some miscellaneous items at the Cobb's building, some items at Road and Bridge 2, Road and Bridge 4, and then we got with Wes. Wes had some items he wanted to get rid of out there at the fairgrounds. And so this auction would be tentatively scheduled from June 18th, 2021 to and close on July 2nd, 2021.
Okay, any questions for Ken? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Item L2, Human Resources, Authorization of Bilingual Testing and Pay Requests. L2A is regarding the Elections Office. Anna?
Thank you, Justin. The Elections Office is requesting a position be eligible for bilingual pay. The bilingual pay policy does outline the Elections Department as an eligible department. And so we are just requesting approval to move forward with testing for bilingual pay and issuing bilingual pay should the employee test well. And the position is not an additional budget cost. It has been allotted for in the projected number of positions for the current budget year.
Okay, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the bilingual testing and pay?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
L2B is Human Resources regarding the Sheriff's Office. Anna?
So this item is also related to bilingual pay. The Sheriff's Office has already 40 positions eligible for bilingual pay that they've requested in the past. They're only using 31 of those positions. So they do have positions available, and we just want to formally include their civilian customer service type positions in the eligibility for bilingual pay. This wouldn't add any additional monies to bilingual pay. It's already been allotted for in the projection for the year. And as I stated, the Sheriff's Office does have positions remaining that can be eligible and participate in bilingual pay. The civilian customer service positions would be, for example, the warrants assistants, civilian assistants, and records assistants. and they would fall under eligibility under the bilingual pay policy. There's applicability under working in customer service positions who regularly deal with the public on a daily basis. And we feel these positions would fall under that eligibility guideline. And so this is just, again, an expansion of eligibility by title to include those positions.
Okay, any questions for Anna?
We didn't get any documentation on this. Is that,
I was late on that, and I had, I just emailed that this morning to Reagan.
Okay.
I can send that.
Okay, any questions?
did we get it just to see the positions maybe?
I can send those right now.
Do you want to hold that, Commissioner Jones, till you can review that?
That would be nice, yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to defer?
Motion to defer.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Passed.
Under item L3, County Sheriff, authorization of cell phone request. Ken?
Yeah, we received a request from the sheriff's office for 2 new cell phones for their new transport slots that the court approved for the addition of federal inmate count. The monthly service for the iPhone is $39.99 plus applicable taxes and fees. There's no charge for the cell phone. We will have to pay an amount of money for the protective cases, but the sheriff has money in their budget to support this request.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item M, additional items for discussion and potential action. M1's discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19. Judge, don't believe we had anything on that today.
All right.
Under item M2, discussion regarding healthcare plan audit and related engagement agreement with Messier 42 LLC. This is the item we've just kept on the agenda in case we need to bring anything to the court to update or for action. So we recommend it be deferred again.
Okay, is there a motion to defer?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M3 is selection designation of public members of the Salary Grievance Committee regarding the FY22 budget. And I believe we need to draw additional names today.
Okay.
Commissioner, we only have 8 names remaining. We need to draw the rest of them.
All of them. Kimberly Patterson. Amy Wall. Cheyenne Nunez. Hussein Lalani. Jay Jeffrey.
Sound familiar?
Barbara Bray. Jordan Berry. And Mary Payne.
So we currently have 6 who have accepted. Is that how that reads?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And how many do we need?
At least 9.
9? Okay. Here's hoping.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a chance.
All right.
All right, under
You go ahead.
item M4, discussion and or action regarding hosting of court night for 2021 North and East County Judges and Commissioners Conference. This is on in case anything needs to be discussed. I don't know if there's any.
Dustin, we need to approve a contract with Waco Transit System for the bus service on host court night from the hotel to It's $115 per bus. We'll probably need 3 of them. Is what we're looking at.
Okay.
We have the contract here in our office. So you want to do this today, or do you want to wait till the 29th?
It's whatever your preference is. I think we
Okay.
can.
Yeah, I think we need to go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I think we need to go ahead and get it done so we can get it finalized.
Okay, I make a
So-
motion, we approve those
Second.
expenditures. All right, we have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
All right, M5. Sorry, anything else on M4 for host night?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Under M5, discussion and or action regarding proposed pending state, federal legislation or legislative issues. Judge, I don't believe we have anything this week. This is just our standing item unless anybody on the court has anything they'd like to discuss. All right, moving on to M6, discussion and or action on various county policies and procedures. Francis?
We don't have anything new on this today, but we will in the upcoming sessions. So, policies related to expenditures, so travel, and then our asset purchase policy, and then as well as our goals for fund balance and the budget as we discussed on the last agenda. But we'll bring some additional information on one of the next upcoming agendas.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Moving on to item let me see, jump down to item M8, public power pool update regarding electric invoices during the winter storm. Ken and I heard from David Quinn yesterday, and he's received about 80% of the data he needed to be able to present to, or he'd like to have before he presents to court. So he's recommended that we defer this and we'll bring it back on June 29th.
All right, is there a motion to defer?
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
M9 regarding the McLennan County Appraisal District 2020-2021 Board of Directors, discussion and or action on candidate nominations and related resolution for board vacancy. Tom Pagel has submitted his resignation from the board effective May 31st, 2021, and that term runs through the remainder of this year until December 31st. So the county any entity may submit a resolution for a nominee to fill that vacancy. It has to be submitted to the appraisal district by July 16th. So if the court wants to be thinking of a nominee, and then we can have this back on June 29th, and then also that first meeting in July, if you'd like.
Any suggestions from the court? Any volunteers?
Has Midway ISD submitted a name yet?
We have not seen so. If they have, Commissioner.
Okay.
Okay, so we just defer this till the 29th. In the meantime, if anyone has any recommendations, what's the deadline on getting that in?
7/16/21.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the 29th is kind of almost drop dead date for us.
Motion to defer?
All right, I have a motion to defer. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
M10 is approval of order exempting personal or professional services for BGE Incorporated from the requirements of section 262.023 of the local government code as authorized by local government code section 262.024A4. Ken?
Yes, I went ahead and wrote out this order from the discussions that we had last court. Again, just putting in a belt and suspenders kind of way, using the Mike Dixon term, the order that would allow the court to select an engineering firm, personal professional service by the court if they so desire.
Okay, any questions for Ken? What's the pleasure of the court?
We've already approved their contract, correct? Is that what we approved last week? Anybody can answer.
Yeah, I think Zane's acknowledging that we did.
Okay.
So-
And I know the study was 50,000, but I think we extended it over to allow them a six-figure option if they continued with one of the options. And since the contract went from 50,000 to a six-figure contract, I feel comfortable with the order of exemption. And that way I just feel comfortable going ahead and giving it to them since we didn't go out for any kind of competitive bidding. We can just exempt them under the professional exemption. I just feel comfortable with my vote if we do it that way.
You have anything to add, Zane? Okay.
No, sir. She was correct. Commissioner was correct in that it was approved previous court.
Okay. All right, so Commissioner Miller made a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Item M11 is regarding the restriction of truck traffic on a section of North Rock Creek Loop Precinct 4. Judge, we'll need to hold a public hearing for the purpose of hearing from interested members of the public in connection with the restriction of truck traffic on a section of North Rock Creek Loop in Precinct 4. So M11A is the public hearing on the restriction of truck traffic.
Okay, we now open the public hearing. Is anyone called in to comment on that? And there's no one in the audience here, and so I close the public hearing. And so at this time, is there a motion to approve restrictions of truck traffic on North Rock Creek Loop?
Motion to approve M11B.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Item N, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project. N1 is authorization of professional services invoice with CPNY for their ADA study report for the month of May. This invoice totals $4,410.50, and you can see in your packet it was covered project management work at the MHMR Crisis Center, the fairgrounds, and also courthouse ADA improvements.
Okay. All right. Any questions on that? All right. Is there a motion to approve the invoice for $4,410.50?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, item O, McLennan County Venue Project. O1 is regarding the architectural services agreement with Populous. O1A is authorization of professional services invoice for May services. This is the invoice from Populous for the month of May, totaling $15,000 for their construction administrative services. And Commissioner Smith, I know you've asked about this in the past. So Ken and I had visited with John Fickle, and they will not be providing full construction administrative services for the month of June. There are some things that they have to finish up, such as issuing the substantial completion certificate, issuing any as-built, approving those final punch list items like we discussed this morning. Then they'll also verify that the liens and bonds are taken care of, and they'll approve any final payments. And they were thinking it would probably be under $5,000 worth of work. So we just wanted to make sure and convey that to the court.
Thank you for the information.
All right. Any other questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the invoice?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Item 3 is discussion and or action on equipment. Ken?
Yes, sir. the folks out there at the venue project or the base has submitted to us several quotes on items that they would like to purchase. I brought those to the court last time. There were some questions on the equipment depot for the little three-wheel forklift. The court had, I was only provided a lease option and I wanted a purchase option. And so the purchase price for that forklift is $34,282.92. And I have been informed that the price of this will go up after or at the end of this month. So it's coming close to whether this price will remain good. Also, too, they had a push type scrubber that hadn't changed. The cost for that is $4,702.00. And then the court wanted a justification for the riding scrubber, and they sent in quite a lengthy explanation. But the cost of that riding machine is $34,616. And again, I leave it up to the court on how they want to proceed forward.
Okay, but you read their justification for that. So what's your feeling on it?
Oh, I think it's well justified for that rider. Just being out there and seeing the size of the facility, and in between different venue items, I could see where they would need something to kind of take care of business in a hurry. I believe it's justified.
Okay. Any questions anyone would have?
No, but I totally agree.
Is this paid for with venue
That was my question.
funds?
Yes, sir.
Has to be.
So it's coming from venue money.
There's no money that can go into that project except venue money. So, yes, the answer is yes to that.
And these and in that case, these items will be specifically used in the base, right?
Yes,
In the
Yes, sir.
the building.
Yes, and that's
They can't go over.
right. They will not be used.
That's my understanding of the way the bond documents.
Right, you're correct.
speak to, so.
Yes, sir. And that's the fair typically leases their items, and just often because of the dirt and the wear and tear. And then that's one of the considerations for these purchase as well, that they will actually be exclusive to the base and be on concrete. And that's another reason for the purchase as well.
Yeah,
And we have the staff to use them?
yeah, they have, yes, they have staff. In fact, it takes less staff with this than the other. Any other questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve item 1 and 3. Would that be correct?
Equipment.
Under equipment.
Is that right, Dustin? Let's see.
And did they want the push scrubber as well? Or was it an either or?
I think they needed both. If that's my understanding, because there's some tight areas that they might not be able to get in with that riding.
Yeah, makes
Scrubber.
sense.
That makes sense.
Okay,
I would like to amend my motion
all right,
to include items 1, 3, and 2.
okay. All
I
right,
thought you were just trying to avoid pronouncing item 1.
That was it.
I would second the motion to purchase the equipment listed.
okay. Any other questions? If not, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Wilson,
Aye,
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
pass.
04 is discussion and or action on the purchase of automated external defibrillators for the venue. Ken?
We received an email from Wes Allison, and he is saying that it's been recommended to them that they place some AED machines in the base. It is recommended that they place 4 in the building at various areas, and the price for each one of the defibrillators is $1,383 per unit. They gave us a little deal of where they want to place them, and they send information on the defibrillator that they're wanting to buy. And this is well within the range of what we're paying for defibrillators for the county.
And so, is there a plan to have these on some kind of schedule where they check the batteries and all? I know that's a issue
We'll
for
have
us
to-
here too.
We'll have to go over that with Wes, but yeah, they'll have to keep up with the renewal of pads and batteries and inspect them on a periodic basis.
Okay, so they would need a policy or something around that, so I would recommend if we approve this, we approve it with their detailing about how they will keep the maintenance up on them.
I'm wondering if they already have some already in the Coliseum.
They do, I think they
That's
do.
what I
So
was-
there could be I don't know if they're using a third party or not, but,
Okay.
I'm sure they, yeah. My only question would be, and I think these are needed, would be, is there a policy in place or someone trained to use them? Because you just don't yank one off the wall and start using it.
Well, actually, there are designed for that.
Ken, that question is for you, I think.
I don't know about them. We have training trying to schedule every 2 years. We're a little bit behind because of the COVID, but we are going to try to set up a training session, hopefully before the end of the year, to retrain everyone on the use of that and CPR and some first aid. But I'm sorry, I did not ask them what their situation is on that. But again, at the county, we have had many people trained on the use of AEDs and CPR.
Right, so, Commissioner, I guess my suggestion on what their policy is for maintenance, but also training, so we can ask that.
Yes.
So they would need to send us something back that would be similar to what we would adopt here for the county employees, you know.
Can we not approve them and then just
Yeah, that-
mandate? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Mandate
saying.
that they do the
Yes,
training.
exactly. Okay, Dustin, you understand the qualifying motion?
Yes, sir, and we will visit with Wes on that as well.
Okay, I make that motion subject to those things previously mentioned. We have a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
All right, item P, McLennan County Radio Tower Project. P1 is authorization of interlocal cooperation contract with Department of Public Safety for land lease for radio communication tower. And we've received this back from DPS following their legal review. And so this is the contract with DPS for the lease of land. DPS will build the tower and any of their tower equipment at their expense, and then the county will install our tower equipment on that on DPS's tower, and of course anything we install will be at our expense. And so, Judge, I believe that's really it. Just glad to have this back and ready to be before y'all.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right, we will recess. Are we ready to recess, Dustin?
Judge, we'll need to take action on P1.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, they have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and on the HR item, on incentive, we'll do that following our introduction interviews with the prospects for County Court Law 3, Dustin,
Okay.
today. All right? Okay, we will recess until 2:00. Thank you. call court back to order. All right, we're going to item E3B. E3B, County Court at Law. Number 3, discussion or action on appointment of judge, including but not limited to appointment process, review, action on resumes, applications, acceptance of bond, oath documents, and related authorizations as necessary.
Hey, Judge,
Yeah,
did that need to be recorded, that, what you just said?
yeah.
Because it's paused up there.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. Going, call the meeting back into session, just so we have it all recorded. Go to item E3B, which is the selection process for County Court at Law 3. Do we have a quorum on?
3 of them.
Is everybody on? I can't see, it's.
Commissioner Jones is on. I don't see Commissioner Miller yet.
Okay. All right. Well, can you text her, Dustin?
Commissioner Miller's walking over
I see her.
in person.
Thank you. She just walked in.
Yeah, I found a use for some of that ARA money.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we need to get some little buggies to take us from the record building over here.
Commissioner, they've been laying those scooters out in the street. We can ride those over.
I'm gonna get some training.
I may think about one on the way back. It's hot.
Yeah, buddy. Okay.
Okay, we are being recorded right now, so. All right, this process is primarily for them to introduce themselves to the court, and then we will come back after, we'll do today and tomorrow. And we will then will be posted for next Tuesday at 9 a.m. and we will decide at the end of this meeting how we want to proceed with that day, and whether we can come to a decision on that day. And if we don't feel like that's the right time frame, we can defer it to a little bit more information. Anybody have any questions or anything before we start?
I have a question. Y'all may have discussed it last week, or on the 1st. Do we know what kind of cases this court is going to hear, or has there been any?
I can tell you. Yes, that's
or have they just talked to you?
I don't know who I actually called Judge Vick and I called Gary Coley and asked what their opinion was on whether it ought to be another criminal court or another civil court. And I don't know if anyone else has talked to anyone or not, but feel free to do so. It was their opinion that it should be more civil, but the judge that's in that spot ought to be able to do, either kind. The reason why Judge Vick and Coley both said civil is because Judge Cates and Judge Vick are both doing primarily criminal and squeezing in civil, and so most of the cases are being filed in the district courts because even though the amounts may be lower, they can't get on the schedule for county court at law. And so this would allow county court at law to handle a pretty good docket of civil, as well as allow the district judges to assign cases down to county court at law 3 if they're 250,000 and below. And there's some question that they can, whether they can, at least in my mind, that they can file one larger than that by transferring their authority as district judge down to the county court at law. So that's what I've learned about it. And of course, in this group, there's people, it looks like, have resumes, some are more criminal, and some are more, probably more civil side. So, but I invite everyone to, call whoever they think might have a good idea about what that ought to be.
And then the only other thing today is pretty much just to allow them to introduce themselves.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get into the Q&A today, and, okay.
Yeah, I'll just let them, idea, because we're doing it so quick after we, is just mainly start the process and get to know who they are, let them kind of tell us what they want us to know about themselves, and then we can get down to making a decision starting next week. Next week, next Tuesday.
Do we know the status of 3774, the House bill? Do we know the status of it?
Well, it's, I don't know that the governor signed it, but he intends to.
Okay, and it's just waiting on his signature?
Yeah,
whenever he come
everything's
back?
approved, it all went straight to him,
Okay.
yeah. Any other questions? The first, person is Denny Lesserman, and I'm gonna go get him.
And Judge, we will need to go into executive session.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. You're exactly right.
It'll be under 551.074.
Yeah. Okay, at this time, it is 2:07. We're going to executive session under 551.074 Government Code regarding personnel matters. 52, let's go back into regular session. All right, Dustin.
Judge, we can go back to item E3A, consideration and or action on departmental incentive pay request. I'd like to call on Anna.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
For incentive pay, there are two different books that I'm bringing to the Commissioners Court for review and decision. One book is our general incentive pay list, and that we have reviewed. to ensure that they're within their allotted 2% budget. Each department is within their budget, and no individual employee is being paid over their maximum payout based on their score. So that's been reviewed, and that is good to go. And then we have a separate book that's the small office request pay list. And so these are offices that are making an additional request that isn't outlined in the policy. So we have the sheriff's office, who for every year of the incentive pay program have requested to combine all departments within the sheriff's office under one budget to be able to have more consistency in their payout across all of their divisions. And then we have small offices. These are offices with 10 or less employees that are requesting some additional flexibility, additional money to be able to pay their employees closer to what they're eligible for based on their score. And so those offices I've outlined in the attached memo, the memo I submitted for your review. There are no departments or offices in the small office or the general book that submitted anything late. Everybody was on time this year, which has never happened. So we're excited about that. So no exception has to be approved by the court to have an office participate due to missing a deadline. Some general information gathered after reviewing all the information, all the incentive pay lists. So the average score issued to employees this year was a 7.7. The majority of scores fell among us, 7 or between 7 and 8. It was 227 of the scores fell into that range. The average payout for employees was $1,224. And then the budget allotted for eligible positions participating in the program for this fiscal year was $459,235, and the total for the payout list here that I'm presenting is $426,926. So we're within the budget projected. We're well below that. And again, we've reviewed the pay lists to ensure that they are within policy. And so the general book is, and then we have the additional request for small offices that is in a separate book. So I can answer any questions that you may have now.
Any questions?
I guess my question, Anna, would be, taking into consideration all of the incentive pay with the request for additional from the small offices, et cetera, tell me again, how close does that come to our total budgeted amount we had for this year? What were you saying?
So the total that was budgeted for this fiscal year is $459,000.
459?
459. Mhm.
Okay, all right. And then with the request for additional because of the small office ratios and so forth like that, along with everything else that did fall within the line, what is that total?
$426,000
426.
and $926.28.
Okay. That's what I thought. I apologize. I just trying to. That's good.
It's okay. I rattled that off kind of quickly.
Any questions you want to have?
With regards to any of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing, and we get into this every year, but if you'll take some of the smaller departments and you take the requested payout as opposed to the 2%, everybody in there can get over $2,200 in a couple of different departments. And that'll never happen with my guys, regardless of their scores. It'll never happen. I'll never have the funds to do that. And so that's the only thing I look at and go, you know, I understand requesting some additional funds, but the larger departments, we'll never get to the point where we'd be able to give everybody, even my guys that score 8s and 9s, I wouldn't be able to get them to that point unless I just cut out my 7s, which I don't think you can do that. I think 7. so
Not
it-
if you're truly doing
Yeah, so
evaluation.
it's just difficult for me to I guess to understand that, to know that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some great scores, and I'm not questioning anybody's scores. 'Cause I've got 8 and 9s as well. But it's hard for me to know that I'll never be able to do that, honestly.
I think for me, it's a question of equity between the large departments and the small departments. I understand what we're trying to do for those departments who 2% of their personnel budget is so low, they have a hard time giving their people a fair incentive payout. But that was the thought I had this weekend, is that we've gone so far making sure that the small departments are being treated equitably. We may have tilted the pendulum away from the large departments, because when you look at their requests, everyone wants to give all of their employees the maximum payout. And although we could give some of ours, there's no way our departments can give all of our people the maximum payout. So should that even be a goal for small or large? You know, why would we have a system where some departments could give all of their departments the maximum payout? Then we lose the equity that we were trying to achieve, because now the larger departments are at a disadvantage.
Should there be a cap that's in relation to the larger departments?
Well, we
I don't have an answer to that, but should there be a cap?
Well, we don't either. We talk about it every year, but we
Yeah.
never get around to that, to that.
That would be something that we could ask our HR department to look at. I'd also like to know, Anna, comparable counties our size, I would be curious to know, do they have incentive pay systems in place? And if so, how are they done that are with counties that are comparable to us in size? If they even have them. And I think I've got on record before saying, I'm not a big fan of incentive pay, okay? I've read too many articles that say it doesn't really do what it's supposed to do.
Anna, I'm at a disadvantage. Could you put the small payout document you were dusting up on the screen? I don't have mine. Just to kind of see what those requests were.
Do you have it handy, Anna?
Yeah, let me pull that up on my, I have a spreadsheet up right now.
Commissioner?
But she was getting ready to answer your question, wasn't she?
I don't remember. Oh, no, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Miller was asking if I got an answer to my question.
Yeah,
really.
I'm sorry.
The only thing I
Yeah.
was asking was, is there a way to cap those amounts at a certain percent or level of large, or some way to make it more equitable? Because I certainly understand the viewpoint of the small, but also I echo what Commissioner Miller and Commissioner Perry are saying regarding never getting to that level with their numbers.
So I'm sharing my screen with a small request, and to address some of your concerns, Commissioner Smith, I have been trying to take notes on feedback, not just from the court, but the few officials here and there who've shared feedback about the program. And I think I shared this when I met with you, each one of you earlier this year. One of my goals and one of my wish list items is to update the policy to have it be more equitable regardless of size of the office or department. I'm not quite there yet, but there are ideas on the table that we're trying to work through to have that
So,
It's just,
okay, so you're saying, Anna, that there are, in your mind, some ways to create a more equitable incentive pay system across the board that would take into consideration the problems that small offices face versus the larger departments, and the amount of money that they give their employees? Is that what you're saying?
yes, so that's something we're trying to work through and put into a policy format, and also find a way to ensure that we don't increase the budget or have that be a result is increasing the overall budget of the incentive pay program. So that's something that,
Yeah. And what do you consider a large, give me an example, what do you consider a large department? What numbers are we talking about?
right now, what the differentiation is 10 employees.
10, all right.
So 10 employees or less, that's considered a small department. More than 10 employees is a large department. That's a differentiation being made for these requests in particular, these small office requests. And then you also had a question about what other counties are doing. I'm not aware of any other county, at least the counties that we compare to, of them having a similar program. It was a more novel type of program here. And I don't know, I don't think I asked this, but is everyone able to see that, or do I need to zoom in?
Yes.
The one thing I noticed about the changes this year is that people who scored a little bit lower, it sure did seem to affect their maximum payout quite a bit. That's just mine. Just didn't seem real fair that somebody making who got a 6.8 gets 400 and is eligible only for $471, and somebody and they're in the, let's see, someone who has the same, two people who have the same salary, the difference between a 6 and a 7.2 is almost $1,000. Seems like a lot. And so I think we need to look at revamping the whole, or doing away with, or.
But you do agree that a higher score should get a higher percentage than a lower score. It's just that maybe we need to adjust them. Is that what you're saying, Commissioner?
Yes, but right.
Okay.
I don't think we hit the mark. I don't think we hit the mark. I don't think the incentives is not necessarily not there for a 6.8.
But that's what drives them to try to be a 7.5 or a 8. But the problem could be too that either the supervisor or department head elected officials not laying out what they need to do to get to a higher score either. So I don't know that Anna may, but under a true incentive program, it is to, get more people to perform at a higher level and be rewarded extra, and the people that consistently perform in the lower or mediocre level don't get any. That's just the way, that's what drives it. But you look at, Dustin pointed out, look at Constable Precinct 1, he had 4 folks that weren't eligible, and that gives a higher dollar amount available out of that pool to give to the, the top ones. So it's the number of qualifying people also that you have in the office. What percentage of the office was, scored at a higher level? And then, so more you have to divide the pie a little thinner.
That's true. I'm wondering how we can kind of mitigate that so that departments where their employees are all eligible because they just were all good employees and they've been there during the eligibility time. So when you're trying to allocate out the money, you're right, you have more people you have to give it to. What I'm seeing in the small departments, not all of them, but a situation I saw is that there's a person that's getting, their score is lower than one of my people, but they're getting a higher payout because they're being asked to pay them up to the maximum. Whereas I had to kind of make sure I allocated out over several employees.
Right.
And so I have a person that made an 8 that's going to get a payout less than a person that made a 7.
Right.
And I think in those situations, I think the court needs to look at it, because you're exactly right. The top people should be getting the higher pay. But when we're looking at large departments, because they're trying to allocate it over several people, and if more of your people are eligible for the payout, then you've got to spread it even that much further. They're not equitably, I got a new aligner, I can't talk. They're not being equitably treated, as opposed to when we have departments that come in and say, I'm a small department, so I know it's a small amount of money, but I want all of my people to max out. And I think that's the question we got to look at. Do we max out everybody? Should everybody be getting the maximum based on what they're eligible to get because of their score, when we're not able to do that in the larger departments?
Right, right.
Shouldn't all these scores be on some sort of bell curve?
Well, theoretically, everybody should be on the bell curve. But
Well, there's some that are not bell curved, so.
no, they're not spread evenly over the curve.
So we do have a smaller percentage of employees scoring the 9s and 10s. And again, we have the majority of folks falling along the 7 and 8 score. Whether the top of the bell should be closer to a score of 5 and 6, that's could be addressed with for performance management training. That is something that HR had offered at one point, and we hope to be able to offer that again. But Commissioner Miller, I mean, you were pretty right on point. Those are the two main things we'd like to address with the revision to the policy. And so one of those is the small office request and how to both address their office and avoid larger offices having those additional funds that make it seem unfair to small offices because they have vacancies. It's almost incentivizing turnover or having employees that aren't eligible. Those are the two main concerns that have been communicated to the HR office, and so that is what we're going to attempt to address.
If you took the definition of the small office, 9 employees and under, and I guess the large office, 10 employees and up, and you compared them, where do you have average payout for 9 and average payout, I guess, for 10 and up at the same score? In other words, a large office or large department, 10 employees and up, if they have somebody scores an 8, what was the average across those departments? And small office, 9 and down, their person scoring an 8 with their request, what was the average payout of them. I'd be curious to see how much differential there was that way, Anna.
That's a good question. I do have the breakdown for the average payout per score, but not divided among the large group and the small group. But that's something that I can get.
Yeah,
for you.
I would be interested to see that from the
That,
standpoint of capping a score at no more than what the large could pay out at that level,
Just
that number.
And just off the top of my head, thinking about it, you're probably gonna see 8s and larger departments are under, they're gonna be under $2,000. They're gonna be down
Yeah.
in the $1,500 to $1,800
Yeah.
range.
Yeah,
And because if you max them all out, then your 7s are cut out. They got nothing. There won't be any money left.
Yeah.
So now you got a 7 who is getting nothing. So it's,
yeah.
So
And I would be curious at every score. I don't know what the lowest score was across the board, if there were any 3s or 4s, but a 3 at the small, average across the board, what their payout was, and a 3 at the large department, the average payout of all of those. And then at a 4, and at a 5, and a 6, and a 7, and 8, and 9, and a 10 if there are some 10s. Comparison, average payout between them. Because
Yes,
theoretically.
I can get that information.
Ma'am?
I can get that,
Okay.
those numbers for you.
Because then theoretically, and it may not be the most equitable way to do it, it may be a way to solve it for this year. If you capped the small at what the largest payout was at that grade level for the large departments, that might make it more equitable for the short term. There might be some people disagree with that, but I do think it needs to be looked at closely before next year. Is this something that has to be decided today, Anna?
For the current payout, that's before the court for approval, no, but in order for it to, any changes to apply for next year's payout, I do need to present revisions for the court approvals pretty soon, probably
Pretty
the
soon
next.
for that, yeah. But as far as,
The next
of
court.
course, as far as awarding these funds today or this afternoon with the request, that's not something that has to be done today in order for it to be taken care of before the end of the fiscal year?
No, sir. The policy already, the current policy as it is, outlines the ability to pay out the general office, the large office book, and there is an outline in the policy as well, allowing small offices to make a request. So those decisions don't have to be made today in order to approve the books as is currently.
Yeah, we just need to figure out a way to, because several of these, if you look at them, are requesting 4% of their salaries.
Well, I was
Everybody
looking-
else is at 2%, and so we gotta figure out a way that's got to be where we can make that, and Commissioner Miller, equity is the correct word. How we make that more
Equity,
equitable.
yeah, and equitable, and fair. I was looking at that list on, I guess, what's page 2 that was presented, and I just did a percentage difference between 2% budget and requested payout, and it goes 50%, 50% increase, 50% increase, 48% increase, 94% increase, 85% increase. There's one that's only 26%, there's 50%, 50%, so overall, there was like a 63% increase between the requested payout and
the budgeted.
And the 2% budget, yeah.
I guess we're thinking of how do we give elected officials and department heads that are over large departments the same tools that we're giving elected officials and department heads that are over small departments. We want to give both groups the same tool. And right now, we're handicapping one because we were trying to
Be fair to
bring
them.
up the other one.
Yep. You're right.
You come in with the answer?
No, sorry, I got called by the sheriff.
Yeah.
Judge, we asked,
No.
we asked Anna for some more information and asked her if this had to be decided today. And she said, no, it didn't have to be decided
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
And she's gonna bring us back some more numbers
right.
that we've asked for, if that's all right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dustin, do you have anything to add? You've been involved in this for quite a few years.
No, sir. Well, the only thing Anna and I'd actually talked about this during the break earlier is just automatically we're budgeting 2% of salaries to do it. And we have a program where originally it was 5 and 6s were eligible for 3%, 7 and 8s were eligible for 5% of their salary, and 9s and 10s were 7. Then we came back and revised those percentages last year or the year before, kind of as Commissioner Jones alluded to, where 5 and 6s are eligible for 1%, 7 and 8s are 3, and then 9s and 10s are at 5%. So we were thinking, at the very least, maybe we could better align our percentages to be more realistic with what the court's actually budgeting for the program, where maybe the middle of the road, the 7 and 8s are eligible for 2% of their salary, the 9s and 10 at 3%, and the 5s and 6s are at 1%. That doesn't address Commissioner Jones' concern though, but that would just get it a little bit more in line with what we're actually what's actually budgeted. So that's just a thought though, and we'll keep working on some revisions to it to bring back to court.
Okay, and then, Anna, you did feel like, department heads, elected officials were not perfectly, but using it more as a tool than they have been in the past. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we again,
Because when, in my opinion, the whole program's in jeopardy when it's not being used right. So that's the other thing, and I'm not totally comfortable we're there. In fact, I'm comfortable we're not there, but we are improving. And I'm open for suggestions, and I'm like everybody else. If we're gonna do it, let's make it work. If it's not gonna work, need to think of something else. But I'm not for putting it into COLA. That's not what COLA is, and I don't need. One of the reasons we did it is it would be a benefit for the highest achievers, people that show up on time, do hard work, come up with great ideas, play well with others, all that kind of stuff, and prevent turnover of your high end. In other words, it's a benefit only your higher performers get. Therefore, you're less likely to lose those people. And the lower end that don't get incentives or those kind of things, hopefully a few of them will step up and come in to try to compete for those dollars. And if they don't, then it's their own fault. But managing those people is important. That if they ask the question, how do I get to be a farmer at a level that I can get incentive for, someone needs to tell them how they can achieve that and document it and grade them against that. The other thing I noticed is there's several folks that were in low ratings. They didn't qualify because of poor performance, not because they hadn't been here a year or those kind of things, but not performing well. We need to be sure that those people have a plan where they're performing at least at the average level at a 5 or 6. And, so that means training of the department heads and elected officials to be able to achieve that. And it takes a lot of training. And some people, it's hard for them to do, to manage people. And they want to be good, to everybody, but that's fine, but it doesn't work in this kind of program. Yeah. Okay, so Anna's got her instructions, and so, I guess I'd entertain a motion. I guess Dustin, is it appropriate, a motion to defer?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Second?
Have a motion in a couple of seconds, to defer. Any other questions or comments? If not, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay. Anything else to come before the court?
Judge, that should only leave us with E3B as the remaining action item. Could Mercedes just confirm that, please?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, we will recess until, tomorrow at, what time is 10:15?
10:15, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, we will, come back into, regular session tomorrow at 10:15. Thank you.
If this is a continuation of today's meeting,